Hey friends, tonight we're going on a trip through time and the jungle to learn about one of the most interesting civilizations in human history. Imagine floating slowly through the years, seeing beautiful cities rise from the depths of tropical rainforests, and smart people figure out the mysteries of math and astronomy. This is the story of the Maya, a group of people who built pyramids that can still be seen from space, and made calendars that were more accurate than anything Europe would make for another 1,000 years. That being said, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy your time here. Also, please tell me where you are listening and what time it is where you are today. Turn down the lights, get your blanket, and let's begin. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast tropical forest that stretches from horizon to horizon like a green ocean frozen in time. This is the Maya world, a realm that encompasses what we now call southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. But forget your modern maps for a moment and see this land as the Maya did. Not as separate countries, but as one living, breathing ecosystem where every mountain, river and cenote held sacred meaning. The landscape here reads like poetry written by ancient gods. In the north, the Yucatan Peninsula spreads like a limestone platform, its surface so flat you might think giants used it as their dining table. Beneath this seemingly solid ground lies a hidden world of underground rivers and caverns, occasionally opening into cenotes, those magical circular pools of crystal clear water that look like doorways to the underworld. And in Maya belief, that's exactly what they were. Travel south, and the land begins to rumple and fold like a blanket pulled from sleep. Mountains rise in green waves, their peaks disappearing into clouds that seem perpetually caught in the act of kissing the earth. Rivers wind through valleys like silver ribbons, carrying stories from highland to lowland, from the cool mists of Guatemala's volcanic peaks to the humid embrace of Caribbean shores. The climate here doesn't follow the neat four-season schedule you might be used to. Instead, it dances to an older rhythm, the ancient waltz of wet and dry that has shaped life in the tropics for millions of years. From May through October, the sky opens like a vast reservoir, sending down rains that turn the world into a verdant paradise, where everything grows with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Plants reach toward the sky with the urgency of children stretching for cookies on a high shelf, and the very air seems to pulse with life. Then comes the dry season, when the rains retreat and the sun rules unchallenged. The landscape doesn't exactly sleep during these months, but it does pause, conserve and prepare. Trees shed their leaves not from cold but from thrift, saving water like careful housekeepers storing supplies for lean times. It was during these dry months that the Maya traditionally did much of their building, when limestone could be quarried and mortar could dry properly under the patient sun. This alternating rhythm of abundance and restraint shaped Maya civilization in profound ways. They learned to work with water like master craftsmen, capturing rain in sophisticated reservoir systems, reading the subtle signs that predicted the arrival of storms, and treating water with the reverence it deserved in a land where it could mean the difference between feast and famine. The forests that covered this landscape were nothing like the orderly woodlands you might stroll through on a weekend hike. These were jungles with personality, dense, layered, and filled with more species than a medieval bestiary. Cecropia trees spread their umbrella leaves like giant parasols, while mahogany and cedar grew straight and proud, their trunks so vast that 20 people holding hands might not encircle them. Vines draped from tree to tree like nature's own suspension bridges, and somewhere in the canopy above, howler monkeys announced the dawn with calls that could be heard for miles. At ground level, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves slowly returning to soil, punctuated by the occasional splash of colour from flowering plants that seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. Orchids clung to tree trunks like jewelled brooches, while smaller trees and shrubs created a maze that only the most experienced travellers could navigate. This wasn't wilderness in the way we usually think of it. It was more like a vast three-dimensional garden that had been growing and changing for thousands of years. And threading through this green tapestry were the Maya themselves, who understood their environment with the intimacy of partners in a very long marriage. They knew which trees produced the best timber for construction, and which bark could be pounded into paper. They could read the forest like a library, identifying hundreds of plants that provided food, medicine, dyes, and tools. They understood that the jaguar's roar meant different things depending on the season, and they could predict weather patterns by watching the behaviour of butterflies. This deep environmental knowledge wasn't just practical, it was spiritual. The Maya saw their landscape not as a collection of resources to be exploited, but as a living community of which they were just one part. Every hill was a potential dwelling place for gods, every cave a portal to other worlds, every tree a potential ancestor. The very ground beneath their feet was sacred, formed from the bones and flesh of previous creations that had been swept away when the gods decided to try again. Understanding this worldview is crucial to understanding Maya civilization. These weren't people who saw themselves as separate from or superior to their environment. They were participants in an ongoing conversation between human intelligence and natural wisdom, between the needs of growing communities and the rhythms of seasons and centuries. Their cities weren't imposed upon the landscape. They grew from it, like particularly magnificent flowers in an already extraordinary garden. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, picture this world. Vast forests breathing with the patient rhythm of geological time, limestone platforms honeycomb with hidden rivers, mountains wearing crowns of clouds, and scattered throughout this paradise, the first stirrings of one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The Maya were about to teach the world new ways of thinking about time, space, mathematics, and the delicate dance between human ambition and environmental wisdom. Let yourself float back through time, past the Spanish conquest, past the great classic Maya cities, past centuries and millennia, until you reach a moment roughly 4,000 years ago, when the first Maya-speaking people began to settle in this green paradise. Picture them arriving not as conquerors or colonists, but more like gardeners discovering the perfect plot for the most ambitious landscaping project in human history. These early Maya weren't the sophisticated astronomers and mathematicians they would eventually become. They were farmers and foragers, people whose greatest technologies were sharp obsidian blades and the patient knowledge of when and where to plant corn. But they carried within their communities something precious, a way of looking at the world that would eventually flower into one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The transformation from nomadic bands to settled villages happened gradually, like watching a slow-motion dance between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Somewhere around 2000 BCE, these early Maya made a discovery that would reshape their world. They figured out how to domesticate teosinte, a wild grass that looked nothing like modern corn but contained within its genetic code the potential to become humanity's most important crop. Imagine the patience this required. Teosinte produced tiny seeds, barely larger than rice grains, protected by cases so hard they could crack teeth. Most people would have dismissed it as a poor food source and moved on to easier pickings. But the Maya saw potential where others saw problems. Generation after generation, they selected plants with slightly larger seeds, slightly softer cases, slightly more convenient growth patterns. They were essentially having a conversation with corn itself, each growing season another exchange and a dialogue that would continue for thousands of years. This agricultural revolution wasn't just about food, it was about time. Once the Maya could count on corn harvests to feed their communities, they could afford to have some people do things other than search for daily sustenance. Some could specialize in making better tools, others could experiment with new building techniques, and a few could spend their time watching the sky and wondering about the patterns they saw there. The earliest Maya villages were modest affairs that would look almost cozy by modern standards. Houses were built from local materials with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from intimate knowledge of local conditions. Walls were made from wooden poles chinked with mud and stone, while roofs were thatched with palm leaves or grass in overlapping patterns that could shed even the most determined tropical downpour. These weren't architectural masterpieces, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment, cool in the heat, dry in the rain, and easy to repair when the occasional hurricane reminded everyone who was really in charge. What made these early settlements special wasn't their buildings, but their social organisation. Unlike many ancient societies that were strictly hierarchical from the beginning, early Maya communities seem to have been remarkably egalitarian. Archaeological evidence suggests that most families lived in similar houses, ate similar food, and had access to similar tools and luxuries. It was a society where leadership was probably based more on knowledge and consensus than on inherited power or accumulated wealth. But even in these early centuries, hints of the Maya genius were beginning to appear. They were experimenting with techniques for shaping stone, learning to read the subtle signs that predicted good farming weather, and developing increasingly sophisticated ways of organising their communities. Most importantly, they were beginning to develop the intellectual frameworks that would eventually support their incredible achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The Maya creation story, which wouldn't be written down until much later, probably has roots in these early centuries. According to their mythology, the gods tried several times to create beings worthy of worship, first making humans from mud, who dissolved in the rain, then from wood, who lacked souls and were destroyed by a great flood. Finally, they created humans from corn dough, and these proved both durable and properly grateful to their creators. This story isn't just charming mythology, it reflects the Mayas' deep understanding of their relationship with corn and, by extension, with the natural world that supported them. They saw themselves not as masters of their environment, but as participants in an ongoing creation story where humans, plants, animals and gods were all connected in an intricate web of mutual dependence. As centuries passed, these early Maya communities began to develop some of the cultural characteristics that would define their civilization. They started creating more elaborate pottery, decorated with designs that would evolve into the complex iconography of later Maya art. They began building their first ceremonial structures, modest platforms and plazas where communities could gather for religious ceremonies and social events. Most significantly, they began to develop their understanding of time as something cyclical rather than linear. While many cultures see time as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, the Maya began to conceive of time as a series of interlocking wheels, where patterns repeated but never exactly replicated themselves. This insight would eventually lead them to create some of the most sophisticated calendars in human history. By around 1000 BCE, Maya society was beginning to show signs of the complexity that would characterize its later development. Some communities were growing larger and more specialized, with clear evidence of social stratification and occupational diversity. Trade networks were developing that would eventually connect Maya cities across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. And most intriguingly, the Maya were beginning to experiment with their first attempts at monumental architecture. These early buildings weren't the towering pyramids that would later astound Spanish conquistadors, but they represented something revolutionary. The organized effort of entire communities working together to create something that served no immediate, practical purpose. These structures were built for ceremony, for worship, for the creation of sacred spaces where humans could interact with the divine. They represented the moment when Maya society had produced enough surplus food and social organization to support pure human ambition, the desire to create something beautiful and meaningful that would outlast its creators. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine these early Maya communities, small clusters of thatched roof houses scattered throughout the endless green of the jungle, smoke rising from cooking fires at dusk, children playing games that would teach them the skills they'd need as adults, and everywhere the patient work of building a civilization from the ground up. One corn kernel, one stone block, one shared insight at a time. Picture yourself floating high above the Maya world sometime around 600 CE, and prepare to be astonished. What had once been an endless green carpet of forest is now dotted with cities that seem to have grown from the jungle itself. Pyramid temples rise above the canopy like stone mountains dreamed into existence by particularly ambitious gods, their limestone surfaces gleaming white in the tropical sun. Plazas spread between buildings like perfectly manicured clearings, and everywhere you look, there are signs of a civilization operating at the height of its powers. This is the classic period, when Maya civilization reached what archaeologists like to call its peak. Though that word hardly does justice to what the Maya achieved. It wasn't just that they built bigger buildings or supported larger populations, though they did both. It was that they had created something entirely unprecedented. A collection of city-states that combined urban sophistication with sustainable agriculture, monumental architecture with precise scientific observation, and political complexity with genuine artistic achievement. Tikal, rising from the rainforests of Guatemala, was perhaps the most magnificent of these urban centres. Imagine a city that housed somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people at its peak, all of them living in a carefully planned urban environment that worked in harmony with the surrounding forest. The city's central ceremonial complex featured pyramids that reached heights of over 200 feet, taller than a 20-story building and visible from miles away through the jungle canopy. But Tikal wasn't just impressive for its size, it was remarkable for its sophistication. The Maya had solved problems that would challenge urban planners today. How do you provide clean water for tens of thousands of people in a tropical environment? Tikal's engineers created an intricate system of reservoirs, channels and settling pools that collected rainwater during the wet season and stored it through the dry months. The largest of these reservoirs could hold millions of gallons of water, and the entire system was designed with such precision that archaeologists are still discovering new components. How do you feed a large urban population without destroying the surrounding environment? The Maya developed what might have been the world's first sustainable agricultural system. Instead of clearing vast fields for monoculture farming, they created what archaeologists call forest gardens, carefully managed areas where useful trees, shrubs, and ground plants grew together in productive harmony. They raised the fields in swampy areas using a technique called raised field agriculture, creating elevated plots that provided excellent drainage while building incredibly fertile soil from composted aquatic plants. The city itself was a masterpiece of urban design that would make contemporary city planners weep with envy. Different neighbourhoods were connected by raised stone causeways that remained passable even during the wettest months of the rainy season. Public spaces were designed to accommodate both daily activities and massive ceremonial gatherings. Residential areas ranged from modest compounds for ordinary citizens to elaborate palace complexes for the ruling elite. But even the humblest homes had access to clean water and adequate drainage. And then there was Palenque, nestled against the foothills of the Chiapas highlands like a jewel set in green velvet. Where Tikal impressed through sheer scale, Palenque achieved greatness through elegance and artistic refinement. The famous Temple of the Inscriptions, built as a tomb for the ruler Kinich Jana Pakal, represents perhaps the pinnacle of Maya architectural achievement, a building that functions simultaneously as religious temple, royal mausoleum, and artistic masterpiece. Palenque's artists and architects had developed techniques for creating spaces that felt both monumentally impressive and intimately human. The palace complex, with its unique tower that may have served as an astronomical observatory, created courtyards and galleries that would have been perfect venues for the court ceremonies that were central to Maya political life. Light and shadow played across carved relief sculptures with a precision that suggests the builders understood exactly how their creations would look at different times of day and different seasons of the year. Copan, in what is now Honduras, represented yet another approach to Maya urbanism. This city became famous for its incredible artistic achievements, particularly in sculpture and hieroglyphic writing. The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan contains over 2,500 individual glyphs, making it the longest Maya inscription ever discovered. But beyond its role as an ancient library, Copan was notable for its integration with the surrounding landscape. The city's ball court, where Maya played their ritual ball game, was positioned with such precision that the sun's movement during the day created changing patterns of light and shadow that probably had ceremonial significance. Each Maya city-state was unique, but they all shared certain characteristics that set them apart from other ancient urban centres. They were remarkably green cities, where buildings and plazas were integrated with carefully maintained groves of trees and gardens. They were also incredibly clean. Maya cities had sophisticated waste management systems and maintained public spaces with a level of civic pride that would be admirable in any era. The cities were also centres of learning and artistic creation, on a scale that rivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya scribes and artists worked in palace scriptoriums, creating books from bark paper and decorating buildings with murals that combined religious symbolism with historical narrative and pure artistic expression. These weren't just functional urban centres. They were conscious attempts to create beautiful spaces where human beings could live, work, and worship in environments that inspired rather than oppressed. Perhaps most remarkably, these cities weren't created through slave labour or imperial conquest, in the way that many ancient urban centres were built. Archaeological evidence suggests that Maya cities grew through the voluntary association of farming communities, craft specialists, and ruling elites who found mutual benefit in urban cooperation. The magnificent buildings were constructed by communities working together during the agricultural off-season, when farming demands were lighter and people had time for monumental projects. By 600 CE, dozens of these remarkable cities dotted the Maya landscape, each one a unique experiment in how human beings might live together in large, complex societies. They were connected by trade routes that carried not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, and technological innovations across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. A merchant travelling from Palenque to Copan would have found familiar architectural styles, similar religious practices, and inscriptions written in the same hieroglyphic system, but also distinctive local variations that made each city a unique cultural centre. These weren't just cities, they were dreams made manifest in stone and mortar, testimony to what human beings can achieve when they combine practical intelligence with spiritual vision and artistic ambition. As you drift towards sleep, Imagine yourself walking through one of these ancient urban centres at dusk, when cooking fires began to twinkle in residential compounds, and the last light of day painted the limestone pyramids in shades of gold and rose. Imagine you're sitting with a Maya astronomer on the top of a pyramid temple sometime around 700 CE, watching the sunset while she explains her latest calculations about Venus cycles. The sky above you is beginning to fill with stars that seem close enough to touch in the clear tropical air, and in her hands are bark paper books filled with numbers and glyphs that record centuries of careful observation. This Maya scholar can tell you precisely when Venus will next appear as the morning star, when the next solar eclipse will occur, and how many days have passed since the current world began. She can calculate these things more accurately than any astronomer in Europe will be able to do for another 500 years, and she'll explain all of this not as abstract mathematics, but as part of a grand cosmic story where numbers and narratives, science and spirituality are all aspects of the same profound truth about how the universe works. The Maya approached knowledge differently than we often do today, where we tend to separate science from religion, mathematics from storytelling, and practical skills from spiritual practices. The Maya saw all knowledge as interconnected aspects of understanding creation itself. Their numbers were sacred, their stories were scientifically precise, and their practical achievements grew from spiritual insights about the nature of reality. Consider their mathematics, which was arguably more sophisticated than anything being done in Europe at the same time. The Maya were among the first peoples in the world to develop a true concept of zero, not just as the absence of something, but as a number in its own right that could be used in calculations. Their number system was vigesimal, based on 20s rather than our familiar base 10 system, which actually made certain types of calculations easier and more elegant. But Maya mathematics wasn't developed primarily for trade or engineering, though it certainly served those purposes. It was created to understand time itself. The Maya were obsessed with temporal patterns in the way that some people today are obsessed with sports statistics or stock market fluctuations. They tracked cycles within cycles within cycles, creating calendars that could predict events not just years, but thousands of years into the future. Their most famous calendar, often called the Long Count, measured time from a creation date in 3114 BCE and could track individual days across spans of over 5,000 years. But that was just one of several interlocking calendar systems they used simultaneously. The sacred calendar, or Zolkin, was a 260-day cycle that combined 20-day names with 13 numbers in combinations that were used for divination and ceremony. The solar calendar, or Hab, tracked a 365-day year with 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra days that were considered especially dangerous. These calendars worked together like gears in an incredibly complex celestial machine. Every day had multiple names and numbers depending on which calendar you consulted, and the combinations created patterns that repeated on different scales. Some every 52 years, others every 18,980 years. A Maya calendar priest could tell you not just what day it was, but where that day fit into cosmic cycles that connected the present moment to the very creation of the universe. This mathematical precision served a practical purpose. Maya farmers needed to know exactly when to plant their crops, when to expect rains, and when to prepare for dry seasons. Maya rulers needed to schedule ceremonies at astrologically auspicious times, and Maya traders needed to coordinate their activities across hundreds of miles of jungle. But beyond these practical applications, Maya calendars were expressions of a worldview that saw time not as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, but as a spiral staircase where similar events occurred at higher and higher levels of complexity. Their astronomical observations were equally sophisticated. Maya astronomers tracked not just the obvious cycles of the sun and moon, but the more subtle movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. They knew that Venus takes exactly 584 days to complete its cycle from morning star to evening star and back again, and they had calculated this more accurately than European astronomers would manage until the age of telescopes. They also understood eclipse cycles and could predict both solar and lunar eclipses years in advance. This wasn't just academic curiosity. Eclipses were considered potentially dangerous events that required proper ceremonies to ensure that the sun or moon would return safely. Maya rulers often scheduled major military campaigns to coincide with astronomical events, believing that cosmic conditions could influence the outcomes of earthly conflicts. But perhaps most remarkably, the Maya understood that their astronomical observations were imperfect and needed constant correction. They knew that their 365-day solar year was slightly too short, and had developed methods for adjusting their calendars to account for the accumulation of small errors over long periods. European calendars of the same period were less accurate and required frequent arbitrary adjustments that the Maya system handled automatically. Maya writing was equally sophisticated, representing one of only 4 or 5 writing systems that were independently invented in human history. Maya glyphs combined logographic symbols, representing whole words or concepts, with phonetic symbols, representing sounds, creating a flexible system that could express everything from mundane administrative records to complex philosophical and astronomical concepts. Maya books, written on bark paper and coated with lime plaster, covered subjects ranging from historical chronicles to astronomical tables to medical prescriptions. Sadly, Spanish conquistadors and missionaries destroyed most Maya books, considering them works of the devil. Only 4 complete Maya codices survive today, but these give us glimpses of a literature that was probably as rich and varied as that of any ancient civilization. The Maya conception of the universe was both scientifically sophisticated and deeply spiritual. They envisioned creation as a series of interconnected layers, with the earth floating like a turtle shell on a primordial sea, surrounded by a multi-layered heaven where various gods resided. Time moved in cycles, with each major cycle ending in destruction and renewal, as the gods experimented with new forms of creation. Humans, made from corn dough in the current creation, had a responsibility to maintain the universe through proper ceremony and ritual. Maya rulers weren't just political leaders, they were intermediaries between human and divine realms, responsible for ensuring that cosmic order was maintained through their actions and ceremonies. This worldview produced a unique approach to knowledge that modern scholars are still trying to fully understand. Maya scribes and priests were simultaneously scientists, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, and theologians. They saw no contradiction between precise observation and mythological narrative, between practical calculation and spiritual insight. As you settle into sleep, imagine yourself in a Maya scriptorium, surrounded by scholars working by the light of pine torches, carefully drawing glyphs that encode centuries of accumulated wisdom about astronomy, mathematics, history, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Picture books filled with numbers that track the movements of planets, and stories that explain why those movements matter, all preserved in a writing system that was among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Let the morning mist in your mind's eye part to reveal a typical day in a classic Maya city, perhaps sometime around 750 CE. The sun is just beginning to filter through the forest canopy, and you can hear the daily symphony beginning. Howler monkeys announcing the dawn from the treetops, the soft slap-slap of women shaping corn tortillas, the scrape of obsidian blades against stone as craftsmen prepare for their day's work, and the gentle murmur of early market conversations. You're standing in a residential compound that houses an extended Maya family, perhaps 20 or 30 people spread across 3 generations, all living in interconnected buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The architecture here tells a story of practical wisdom accumulated over centuries. The houses are raised on low stone platforms that keep floors dry during the rainy season, with walls of stone and mortar supporting roofs thatched with palm fronds laid in overlapping patterns that can shed the heaviest tropical downpour. The day begins, as it has for countless generations, with the preparation of corn. This isn't just breakfast. It's a sacred act that connects the family to the gods who created humans from corn dough. The woman of the house rises before dawn to begin the process of making masa, the corn dough that forms the basis of almost every Maya meal. First, she boils dried corn kernels with lime, a technique that not only softens the corn but makes its nutrients more accessible to human digestion. The Maya discovered this process independently, and it's still used today in traditional Mexican cooking. While the corn boils, she tends to the cooking fire, feeding it with carefully selected hardwoods that burn hot and clean. Maya cooking fires were marvels of efficiency, designed to provide maximum heat with minimum smoke. Important in houses where the kitchen might be just steps away from the sleeping areas. The hearth itself is typically composed of 3 stones arranged in a triangle, a design so practical that it's still used in rural Guatemala and Mexico today. As the corn cooks, other family members begin their daily routines. The men might head to the family's agricultural plots, which could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to several miles from the residential compound. Maya farming was incredibly sophisticated, adapted to make the most of local conditions. In areas with good drainage, they used raised beds that could be intensively cultivated year after year. In swampy areas, They created raised fields that turned seasonal wetlands into some of the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. But Maya men didn't just grow corn. A typical family plot might include dozens of different food plants, beans that climbed up corn stalks and fixed nitrogen in the soil, squash that spread along the ground and provided both food and storage containers, chili peppers that added flavour and helped preserve food, and fruit trees that provided everything from avocados to cacao beans. This polyculture approach wasn't just more sustainable than monoculture farming, it also provided better nutrition and greater food security. Maya women, meanwhile, were equally busy with activities that required just as much skill and knowledge. After grinding corn into mesa on stone metates, grinding stones that were often family heirlooms passed down through generations, they would shape the dough into tortillas or tamales, flavouring them with beans, meat, vegetables, or even chocolate for special occasions. But food preparation was just one aspect of women's work. Maya women were also responsible for textile production, which in the ancient Maya world was both a practical necessity and a high art form. Using backstrap looms that could be set up anywhere, Maya weavers created textiles so fine that Spanish conquistadors compared them favourably to the best European silks. The cotton or agave fibres were often dyed with colours extracted from local plants, insects, and minerals, creating textiles that served as markers of social status, regional identity, and artistic achievement. Children in Maya households learned through participation rather than formal instruction. A 5-year-old might help sort beans or feed chickens, while older children gradually took on more complex responsibilities. Boys learned farming techniques, construction skills, and perhaps specialised crafts from their fathers and uncles. Girls learned food preparation, textile production, and household management from their mothers and aunts. But both boys and girls learned the basics of Maya mathematics, astronomy, and calendar calculation, knowledge that was considered essential for proper participation in Maya society. Education also included learning to read at least some Maya glyphs, though full literacy was probably limited to scribes, priests, and nobles. Most Maya families would have known enough glyphs to read calendrical dates, recognize the names of gods and rulers, and understand basic religious and administrative texts. This level of literacy was actually quite remarkable for the ancient world, where reading and writing were often restricted to tiny educated elites. The Maya workday was structured around the natural rhythms of tropical life. People rose before dawn, when the air was cool and the forest was quiet. The most strenuous work was done in the morning and late afternoon, with a long rest period during the hottest part of the day. This wasn't laziness. It was intelligent adaptation to a climate where working through the midday heat could be genuinely dangerous. Markets were central to Maya daily life, serving not just as places to buy and sell goods, but as social centres where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and community decisions discussed. A typical Maya market was a riot of colour, sound, and smell that would overwhelm most modern shoppers. Vendors displayed pyramids of chili peppers in every shade from deep red to bright yellow, baskets of cacao beans that served both as flavouring and currency, jade ornaments that caught the light like trapped sunbeams, and textiles whose intricate patterns told stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events. The diversity of goods available in Maya markets testifies to the sophistication of their trade networks. Obsidian blades from Guatemala, jade from the mountains of Honduras, quetzal feathers from highland cloud forests, salt from coastal lagoons, and seashells from both Pacific and Caribbean coasts all found their way to markets hundreds of miles from their sources. Maya merchants travelled on foot along jungle paths and stone causeways, carrying goods in large baskets supported by tumplines across their foreheads, a carrying technique that distributed weight so efficiently that a single porter could transport loads that would challenge a pack mule. Evenings in Maya communities were times for social activities that reinforced community bonds and transmitted cultural knowledge. Extended families gathered around cooking fires to share meals and stories, with older relatives recounting traditional tales that preserved historical memory and moral instruction. These weren't just entertainment. They were the primary means by which Maya communities maintained their cultural identity across generations. Religious observances were woven throughout daily life in ways that would seem natural to the Maya, but might surprise modern observers. Every significant activity began with small ceremonies acknowledging the gods and spirits who governed different aspects of life. Farmers offered prayers and small gifts to the rain god before planting. Craftsmen blessed their tools before beginning important projects, and families performed daily rituals to honour their ancestors and maintain spiritual protection for their homes, the Maya day ended as it began, with ceremony and gratitude. As cooking fires burned low and families prepared for sleep, they might offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and protection, burn incense to purify their living spaces, and recite prayers that connected their daily activities to the larger cosmic order that gave meaning to Maya life. As you drift towards sleep yourself, imagine the gentle sounds of a Maya evening, the soft conversations of families settling in for the night, the distant call of night birds in the forest, the whisper of wind through palm thatch roofs, and, underlying it all, the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to live in harmony with their environment and with each other. Picture yourself floating above the Maya world sometime around 900 CE, and notice that something has changed in the forest below. The great cities that once gleamed white through the canopy are beginning to show signs of abandonment. Some pyramids are already being reclaimed by vines and young trees. Plazas that once hosted thousands of people for religious ceremonies now stand empty except for the occasional deer or jaguar, picking its way carefully across ancient stone paving. This is one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, the so-called Maya collapse, though that word suggests something more dramatic and sudden than what actually occurred. The Maya didn't disappear overnight like characters in a fairy tale. Instead, their civilization underwent a gradual transformation that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. The changes began subtly, like a symphony gradually shifting from major to minor key. In some cities, fewer new monuments were erected. In others, construction projects were left unfinished, as if the workers had simply put down their tools one day and walked away. Trade routes that had connected Maya cities for centuries began to show less traffic. The careful maintenance that had kept urban water systems functioning started to slack off. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been largely abandoned, their populations scattered to smaller settlements or migrated to new regions entirely. It was as if the Maya had decided that urban life, which had served them so well for over 1,000 years, was no longer worth the effort it required. What caused this dramatic shift? Archaeologists have proposed numerous theories, and the truth probably involves a combination of factors rather than any single catastrophe. Climate data suggests that the Maya world experienced a series of severe droughts during the 8th and 9th centuries, some lasting for decades. For a civilization that depended on carefully managed water systems, these droughts would have posed enormous challenges. Imagine trying to maintain a city of 50,000 people when your reservoirs are running dry and the rains that usually refill them keep failing to arrive. Maya engineers had designed their urban water systems to handle normal variations in rainfall, but they hadn't planned for the kind of extended dry periods that apparently occurred during this time. As water became scarce, urban populations would have been forced to disperse to areas where smaller-scale farming and water collection were more viable. But climate change alone probably wouldn't have caused such widespread urban abandonment. Maya cities had survived droughts before and had developed sophisticated methods for water conservation and management. Something else must have made their urban centres less resilient than they had been in earlier centuries. One possibility is that Maya cities had simply grown too large and complex for their own good. By the 8th century, some Maya urban centres supported populations that strained even their sophisticated agricultural and water management systems. When environmental stresses occurred, these large concentrations of people may have become unsustainable. There's also evidence for increasing warfare between Maya city-states during this period. Earlier Maya conflicts had been relatively limited affairs, more like elaborate tournaments than wars of conquest. But by the late Classic period, Maya warfare seems to have become more destructive, with cities being attacked not just for prestige or tribute, but for complete conquest and destruction. This escalation in violence may have been both a cause and a consequence of the other stresses affecting Maya society. As resources became scarcer due to drought and overpopulation, competition between cities intensified. As warfare became more destructive, it became harder for cities to maintain the cooperative relationships that had allowed Maya civilization to flourish. Political factors also played a role. The elaborate royal courts that had governed Maya cities required enormous resources to maintain. Kings and nobles needed magnificent palaces, elaborate ceremonies, and costly trade goods to demonstrate their divine authority and maintain political legitimacy. As economic stress increased, these costs may have become increasingly burdensome for ordinary Maya farmers and craftsmen. Archaeological evidence suggests that during this period, the gap between Maya elites and commoners was growing wider. While nobles continued to build elaborate palaces and fill their tombs with jade and gold, ordinary Maya households show signs of economic stress and reduced access to luxury goods. This growing inequality may have undermined the social cohesion that had made large Maya cities possible, but perhaps most importantly, the environmental knowledge that had allowed the Maya to create sustainable urban centres in tropical forests was being forgotten or ignored. As cities grew larger and more complex, their inhabitants may have become increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that supported them. The careful balance between human needs and environmental capacity that had characterized earlier Maya civilization seems to have been disrupted. However, it's crucial to understand that what archaeologists call the Maya collapse wasn't the end of Maya civilization, it was a transformation. While the great cities of the classic period were being abandoned, Maya communities were adapting and evolving in new directions. Some moved to areas that were less affected by drought. Others developed new forms of political organization that were more resilient to environmental stress, and many simply returned to the smaller scale, more sustainable ways of life that had characterized earlier periods of Maya history. In the northern Yucatan, Maya civilization experienced what archaeologists call a renaissance during the post-classic period. Cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan became major centers of trade, learning, and political power. These northern cities developed new architectural styles, new forms of political organization, and new relationships with other Mesoamerican civilizations. The Maya of the post-classic period were different from their classic predecessors, but they weren't lesser. They had learned from the experiences of the classic cities and developed more flexible, adaptable approaches to urban life. Instead of the highly centralized city-states of the classic period, post-classic Maya society was organized around looser confederations of cities and towns that could better weather political and environmental crises. Trade became increasingly important during this period, with Maya merchants establishing commercial networks that extended from central Mexico to Panama. Maya traders, traveling in large ocean-going canoes, carried goods along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, connecting Maya communities with other Mesoamerican civilizations and adapting to new technologies and ideas from across the region. The Maya also continued their scientific and intellectual achievements during the post-classic period. Astronomers at Chichen Itza created new observatories and refined their understanding of celestial cycles. Scribes continued to develop Maya writing and created new types of books that preserved historical, astronomical, and religious knowledge. Artists developed new styles that combined traditional Maya themes with influences from central Mexico and other regions. Perhaps most importantly, Maya communities during this period developed a more decentralized, resilient approach to civilization that helped them survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigid societies. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they found not a collapsed civilization but a diverse, adaptable collection of Maya communities that had been successfully managing the challenges of tropical life for over 3,000 years. The Spanish conquest was devastating for Maya communities, but it wasn't completely destructive. Many Maya communities retreated to remote areas where they maintained traditional ways of life, with minimal outside interference. Others adapted to colonial rule while preserving essential aspects of Maya culture, language, and identity. In the dense forests of the Petén region of Guatemala, some Maya communities remained effectively independent until the late 19th century. These communities maintained traditional agricultural practices, continued to use Maya calendars and writing systems, and preserved religious practices that connected them to their ancient heritage. The transformation of Maya civilization during the late Classic and post-Classic periods offers important lessons about resilience and adaptation. The Maya response to environmental and social stress wasn't to desperately cling to unsustainable practices, but to thoughtfully adapt their society to changing conditions. They demonstrated that civilizations, like living organisms, can survive by changing rather than by remaining static. This ability to adapt while maintaining cultural continuity helps explain why Maya civilization has persisted for over 4,000 years. Today, millions of people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages, practice traditional agriculture, and maintain cultural practices that connect them to their ancient heritage. They are living proof that the Maya didn't disappear, they evolved. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine this great transformation. Cities gradually returning to forest, families making difficult decisions about where to build new lives, communities adapting their ancient wisdom to new circumstances, and, throughout it all, the patient work of cultural preservation that ensured Maya civilization would survive to inspire and inform future generations. In the gentle quiet of your bedtime contemplation, let yourself consider one of history's most remarkable phenomena: how a civilization that supposedly collapsed over 1,000 years ago continues to influence the world in ways both profound and, surprisingly, practical. The Maya legacy isn't something locked away in museums or buried under jungle vines. It's woven into the fabric of modern life in ways you encounter almost daily without realizing it. Every time you bite into a piece of chocolate, you're participating in a tradition that the Maya perfected over 2,000 years ago. The cacao tree, which the Maya called the food of the gods, was first domesticated in the Maya world. But the Maya didn't just discover chocolate, they elevated it to an art form. They created dozens of different ways to prepare cacao, from bitter ceremonial drinks reserved for nobles and priests to sweet treats that were probably not too different from modern hot chocolate. Maya chocolate preparation was so sophisticated that Spanish conquistadors initially couldn't figure out how to recreate it. The Maya had learned to ferment cacao beans to develop their full flavour, to roast them at precisely the right temperature, and to combine them with vanilla, chili peppers, and other flavourings in proportions that created complex, nuanced beverages that were both delicious and nutritionally rich. When you see single-origin chocolate in upscale stores today, you're seeing a return to Maya principles of chocolate making that emphasize the unique characteristics of cacao from specific regions. The mathematical concepts the Maya developed continue to influence how we think about numbers and time. Their invention of zero as a placeholder and mathematical concept was one of the most important intellectual achievements in human history. This innovation, developed independently from similar discoveries in India, made possible the kind of complex calculations that underlie everything from computer programming to space exploration. Maya calendar systems, with their precise tracking of multiple overlapping cycles, provided intellectual frameworks that still influence how anthropologists, historians, and even computer scientists think about time and periodicity. The Maya understanding that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines has become increasingly relevant in an era when we're beginning to recognize that human activities follow cyclical patterns that need to be understood and managed sustainably. Modern agricultural science has rediscovered many Maya farming techniques and found them remarkably sophisticated. The raised field agriculture that the Maya used to farm in wetlands is now being studied as a model for sustainable farming in areas threatened by climate change and rising sea levels. Maya polyculture techniques, growing multiple crops together in mutually beneficial combinations, are being adapted by organic farmers and permaculture practitioners around the world. The Maya understanding of forest management has also proven remarkably prescient. Modern ecologists studying the forests of Central America have discovered that many areas that appeared to be virgin wilderness are actually the result of thousands of years of careful Maya forest management. The Maya had learned to enhance natural forest productivity by selectively encouraging useful species, creating forest gardens that were more productive and diverse than unmanaged natural forests. This knowledge is now being applied in conservation projects throughout the tropics. Instead of trying to preserve forests by keeping people out of them, conservationists are learning to work with indigenous communities who have maintained traditional ecological knowledge that can inform sustainable forest management. The Maya approach to living within natural systems rather than trying to dominate them has become a model for sustainable development in tropical regions around the world. Maya architectural techniques continue to inspire modern builders and architects. The corbel arch technique that the Maya perfected, creating arches and vaults by gradually projecting stones inward until they meet at the top, is being studied by architects interested in creating earthquake-resistant buildings using local materials. Maya understanding of how to construct large buildings that could withstand both tropical storms and seismic activity has applications in modern earthquake and hurricane engineering. The Maya approach to urban planning, which integrated cities with natural water management systems and maintained green spaces throughout urban areas, has become a model for sustainable city design. Urban planners studying Maya cities have been impressed by their sophistication in managing stormwater, providing public spaces, and creating neighbourhoods that functioned as integrated communities rather than just collections of individual buildings. Maya astronomical knowledge continues to inform our understanding of ancient science and to provide alternative perspectives on humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Maya astronomers' precise observations of planetary cycles, their accurate predictions of eclipses, and their sophisticated understanding of calendar calculation demonstrate that scientific knowledge can develop along different paths than those followed by European traditions. This has implications beyond historical curiosity, as modern science increasingly recognizes the value of traditional ecological knowledge Maya astronomical and mathematical traditions provide examples of how indigenous knowledge systems can complement and enhance Western scientific approaches. Maya calendar specialists working today in Guatemala and Mexico maintain knowledge that spans thousands of years and provides insights into long-term environmental and social cycles that short-term scientific observation might miss. The Maya writing system, once considered too complex to be fully deciphered, has become a model for understanding how human communication systems develop and change over time. Transmitting information, Maya literature, as we've come to understand it through deciphered texts, has enriched our understanding of ancient American intellectual traditions. Maya poetry, historical narratives, and scientific texts demonstrate levels of literary sophistication that rival anything produced in the ancient world. The Popol Vuh, the Maya creation story that was preserved through the colonial period, has become recognized as one of the world's great mythological texts, offering insights into Maya philosophy and cosmology that continue to influence writers, artists, and thinkers around the world. Perhaps most importantly, Maya civilization provides a powerful example of how human societies can develop along pathways different from those we're familiar with in European and Asian civilizations. The Maya created urban centers without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals, developed sophisticated mathematics without a base 10 number system, and maintained complex societies for thousands of years using sustainable agricultural practices in tropical environments. This alternative model of civilization has become increasingly relevant as modern societies grapple with questions about sustainability, environmental management, and social organization. The Maya example demonstrates that high levels of cultural achievement, sophisticated technology, and complex social organization don't require the exploitation of natural resources or the domination of natural systems that characterized many other ancient civilizations. Today, over 6 million people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages and maintain cultural practices that connect them directly to their ancient heritage. These modern Maya communities aren't living museums preserving ancient ways. They're dynamic cultures that continue to adapt traditional knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Maya communities today are leaders in sustainable agriculture, forest conservation, and cultural preservation. They maintain traditional calendar systems alongside modern timekeeping, practice traditional medicine alongside modern healthcare, and use traditional ecological knowledge to inform contemporary environmental management. They represent living proof that the Maya legacy isn't just historical, it's a continuing contribution to human knowledge and wisdom. As you settle into the final moments before sleep, consider that the Maya story isn't really finished. It's still being written by communities throughout Central America, who maintain ancient traditions while adapting to contemporary challenges. The pyramids rising from jungle canopies, the sophisticated mathematics encoded in ancient calendars, and the sustainable agricultural practices developed over millennia, all continue to offer insights and inspiration to anyone willing to listen to. The whispers of ancient wisdom that still echo through the forests of Maya country. In these quiet moments before sleep carries you away from the Maya world and back to your own time, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you've just completed a journey through one of humanity's most remarkable experiments in living. The Maya weren't just another ancient civilization that rose and fell like so many others. They were pioneers in sustainable living, mathematical thinking, and the delicate art of creating complex societies that could thrive within rather than despite their natural environments. Tonight, as you've travelled through time and jungle, you've witnessed the birth of cities that grew like magnificent trees from tropical soil, seen mathematical concepts develop that still influence how we understand the universe, and watched agricultural techniques emerge that modern science is only now beginning to fully appreciate. You've walked through markets filled with goods carried hundreds of miles through jungle paths, listened to astronomical observations that were more accurate than anything Europe would achieve for centuries, and observed daily life in communities that had learned to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom. The Maya story is ultimately about adaptation and resilience. When their great classic cities could no longer be sustained, the Maya didn't simply disappear, they evolved. They created new forms of social organization, developed new relationships with their environment, and maintained the essential elements of their culture through changes that would have destroyed less flexible civilizations. This capacity for thoughtful adaptation has allowed Maya culture to survive for over 4,000 years, making it one of the longest continuing civilizations in human history. The same intellectual traditions that produced the mathematical concept of zero and calculated the movements of planets with extraordinary precision continue today in Maya communities that maintain traditional calendars, practice sustainable. Perhaps this is the most important lesson the Maya offer to our contemporary world, that sustainability isn't about returning to some imagined simpler past, but about developing the wisdom to create complex societies that work in harmony with nature, systems rather than in opposition to them. The Maya demonstrated that human beings can build cities, develop sophisticated technologies, and create great art without destroying the environments that sustain them. As you drift into dreams, you might find yourself walking through a Maya forest garden, where useful trees, food plants, and medicinal herbs grow together in productive harmony. Or perhaps you'll dream of astronomers on pyramid tops, calculating the precise moment when Venus will next appear as the morning star. Maybe you'll find yourself in a Maya scriptorium, watching scribes carefully draw glyphs that encode both practical information and sacred stories. These dreams connect you to a continuous human story, one that includes the Maya farmer who developed new varieties of corn, the Maya engineer who designed water systems that functioned for centuries, the Maya mathematician who first understood that 0 could be a number, and the Maya artist who combined practical knowledge with spiritual vision to create beauty that still moves us today. The forest that covers much of the ancient Maya world continues to grow and change, but it still holds the echoes of their achievements. Pyramids rise through the canopy like stone mountains, their limestone blocks slowly returning to the earth from which they came. Raised agricultural fields, abandoned for centuries, have become unique ecosystems where ancient human wisdom continues to shape natural processes, and in communities throughout Central America, Maya languages continue to be spoken, Maya calendars continue to mark the passage of sacred time, and Maya knowledge continues to offer insights into sustainable ways of living. Tomorrow, when you wake and perhaps glance at your calendar to plan your day, remember that you're using a system refined by Maya mathematicians who understood that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines. When you enjoy chocolate with your breakfast, remember that you're participating in a tradition that the Maya elevated to high art. When you hear about sustainable agriculture or forest conservation, remember that you're encountering ideas that the Maya pioneered and perfected over thousands of years. The Maya legacy isn't something distant and historical. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life in ways both obvious and subtle. Their mathematical innovations underlie computer systems, their agricultural techniques inform sustainable farming practices, their astronomical observations contribute to our understanding of ancient science, and their examples of sustainable urban design inspire modern city planners. Most importantly, Maya civilization demonstrates that there are many different ways to create complex, sophisticated societies. The paths they followed, emphasizing cyclical rather than linear thinking, developing technology that worked with rather than against natural systems, creating urban centres that enhanced rather than degraded their environments, offer alternative models for how human beings might organise themselves and their relationships with the natural world. Conversation between intelligence and environment, between individual ambition and collective wisdom, between the needs of the present and the requirements of a sustainable future. Rest well, knowing that the forests of Maya country continue to grow and change, that Maya communities continue to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges, and that the echoes of their achievements continue to whisper through time, offering guidance and inspiration to anyone thoughtful enough to listen. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common-law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability. Though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions, they raised children together. But the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the Junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere. bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond.
In 1723, Franklin fled his apprenticeship, technically violating the terms of the indenture. He travelled to New York, seeking work as a printer, but found no opportunities there. Undeterred, he moved on to Philadelphia, arriving at the age of 17. Philadelphia, then the largest city in the colonies, was a bustling hub of commerce and culture. Franklin's arrival was unremarkable. He carried little money and no connections, but his determination and resourcefulness would soon set him apart. In Philadelphia, Franklin secured work at a printing house run by Samuel Keimer. His skill and work ethic quickly earned him a reputation as a competent printer, and he began to establish connections within the city's vibrant intellectual and entrepreneurial circles. It was during this time that Franklin met Deborah Reed, the woman who would later become his wife, though their early interactions were complicated. Franklin also caught the attention of Pennsylvania Governor William Keith, who promised to support him in starting his own printing business. With Keith's encouragement, Franklin travelled to London in 1724 to procure printing equipment. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Keith's promises of financial backing were empty. Stranded in London without resources, Franklin took work at a printing house and honed his craft further. The experience broadened his horizons and exposed him to the bustling intellectual and cultural life of the British capital. Despite the hardships, Franklin took advantage of the opportunity to learn, read, and network. Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, determined to succeed on his terms. He partnered briefly with Hugh Meredith to establish a printing business, which soon flourished. Franklin's natural business acumen and tireless work ethic allowed him to buy out Meredith's share and assume full control of the enterprise. By 1729, Franklin had acquired the Pennsylvania Gazette, which he transformed into one of the most influential newspapers in the colonies. The Gazette was notable not only for its quality of writing, but also for Franklin's willingness to tackle controversial topics and champion the cause of public good. Around this time, Franklin began publishing Poor Richard's Almanac under the pseudonym Richard Saunders. First released in 1732, the almanac combined practical advice, weather forecasts, and humor with moral aphorisms and reflections on human behavior. It became wildly popular, with annual editions selling thousands of copies. Phrases such as "early to bed and early to rise" makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and "a penny saved is a penny earned" became household sayings, demonstrating Franklin's knack for distilling wisdom into memorable, practical advice. Franklin's success as a printer and writer allowed him to pursue other interests. A polymath with an insatiable curiosity, he delved into science, philosophy, and civic initiatives. In 1731, he founded the Library Company of Philadelphia, the first lending library in America, which gave ordinary citizens access to books and fostered a culture of learning. Franklin also established a firefighting company, a public hospital, and a city improvement society, reflecting his belief in civic responsibility.
As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated Assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the Revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley. supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, "In this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes." The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and understood it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognized that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognized that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Corporacies encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Now, if you will, imagine that your great-great-great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realise that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing, though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolise and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure, in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organised labour gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who is most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organises the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep, and the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realised they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks, and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. Witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature, and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realised that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honouring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers, and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialized equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds, and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly, or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. It was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic. which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialised training, no need to memorise hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business, and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek, where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension. Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words, rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognised its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardising the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilised in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed, some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate, and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, the illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, they brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the picia system, which divided text into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibers was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle. Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp, combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kai Lun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realized that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, a university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes, who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 Theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe. Researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory, that the Earth revolved around the Sun, was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, while Will's was well known for its literary discussions. The coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialised knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard-of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed, it was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity, and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, the Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness, thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, the content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of the Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialized in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in the Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories, while Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time. In ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting, the typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass-literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit, and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched, and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialized print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, you could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world, thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record, rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric culture's oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, the encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority, and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works, despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors. Social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, so keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop, medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring, which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri dictation, and Google voice typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user, who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection, and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilising technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavours, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionise the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavour of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone: scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cosy spaces between waking and sleeping. You are connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you are reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realised that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognise their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavour to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion, or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list, and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more. Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, the Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat. Her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grak stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs. The kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Crack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks and your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particular point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality, and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grack has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grack examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grack continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognized the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought. especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionized medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognized that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilized Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere Gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him good comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of Mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstrokes survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, Centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistants as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with microfailures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up. The what now? But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robe swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623, who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The Temporal Refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, The drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. "Anachronism police?" Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. "Time travel's governing body," Sister Agatha explained grimly. "Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and..." Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in. the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganize her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. "Right," she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. "What actions are necessary?" The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. "Right then," Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. "Jeremiah, report." Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 Anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. "Dangerous temporal accumulations," Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. "That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability." "Bollocks," said Veronica firmly. "We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference." Marcus nodded approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords." "We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords," Thompson said quickly. "We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels." "Have you met bureaucrats?" Gladys asked dryly. "In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best." Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The Anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. "What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting?" she asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. "Well," Sister Agatha said slowly, "that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times," Margaret pointed out. "We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here." "Ah," said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. "That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation." "Compensated how?" Thomas asked. "Replacements," Nigel said simply. "The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative." Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. "So there's another version of me living my life?" "A timeline-generated approximation," Sister Agatha confirmed. "Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect." "That's deeply unsettling," Margaret said. "Welcome to time travel," Gladys said cheerfully. "Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway." The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, that we find out what the Anachronism Police actually want before we decide how to respond to them. Revolutionary thinking, Veronica said approvingly. Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her. It's called reconnaissance, Marcus added. Basic military procedure. It's called common sense, Gladys said, but I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about? Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation, Nigel said slowly. I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other, Margaret said, and apparently that's what they're worried about. The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realizing they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. So, Thomas said finally, we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries. Accidental temporal revolutionaries, or Sister Agatha corrected. The best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction. Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries. Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. Right then, she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. Let's go talk to these Anachronism Police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading. Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the Anachronism Police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the Anachronism Police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly. "Though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied. accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events. Whose proper order? Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives? The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy, Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. Historical accuracy according to whom? Sister Agatha asked. I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy? Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. Your research is part of the problem, one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events. You mean it could improve scholarly understanding, Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. Isn't that what research is supposed to do? Not when it disrupts established historical consensus, the officer replied. Established historical consensus has been wrong before, Veronica pointed out. I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks. Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. It works because we need it to work, Margaret said. We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds. The temporal authority should see this, Inspector Kronos said. They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution. What's the problem with temporal displacement? Sister Agatha asked. Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock, Inspector Kronos explained. They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations. Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline, Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. It's considered the most humane solution. Humane? Thomas repeated flatly. You isolate people from society and call it humane. It's better than the alternative, Inspector Kronos said defensively. Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades. Has that actually happened? Margaret asked. Or is it theoretical? Inspector Kronos paused. Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical, Margaret finished. Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks. She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the Temporal Authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work. You want to petition the Temporal Authority directly? Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. I want to invite them to visit, Margaret corrected. Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced. The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. That, said Veronica slowly, is either brilliant or completely insane. In my experience, Gladys said cheerfully, the best ideas are usually both. Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. I'll need to send a preliminary report first, she said finally. Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem. Unconventional solutions are the best kind, Marcus said approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion. Did Romans actually say that? Thomas asked. No, Marcus admitted cheerfully, but they should have. It's excellent advice. Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. Inspector, she said gently, when did you last do something that made you excited about your work? Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. I can't remember, she said finally. Then maybe it's time to try something new, Margaret suggested. Maybe it's time to help us show the temporal authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise. The Temporal Authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the Temporal Authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. They're sending a delegation, Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community. Director Temporal, Sister Agatha asked. That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name. Both, probably, Veronica said. In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles. Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. Right then, she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. We have 1 day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. "Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves." The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causality asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the Temporal Authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "But cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The question sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionise historical research," Sister Agatha added. "Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study." "We could perfect democracy," Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. "Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens," Gladys said pragmatically. "In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live." Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she'd never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realized, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Erich Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the fourth of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Erich, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Erich, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Erich, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Erich Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Erich Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Erich tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin, and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Weiss, and Eris became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was an homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Eric. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called the Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their act traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope Diamond Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialised. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper mistalked, and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned Yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, so a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made, and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 19 to 10 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more. More danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff tricks safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk can became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel. With a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side, he would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance, and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7th, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was "One Houdini, please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realizing Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless, Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands, and everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs, orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads, though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent fistons on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase a mitt, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did. and in a way Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moment's contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess, and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalise fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake seances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosabelle, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghost-busting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity. not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early seances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak. The irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in séances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself, but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at séance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone. but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery. Not all blowback was public debate, though. Some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, 10 years is long enough to wait for any man. This tearful final séance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a séance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night, he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting. Gams. In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix, but already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained to us that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage, and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the midnight philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final séance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary.